Well, hello and welcome to a Chief Multi-Hat stream. Appreciate you being here. A little bit late. That's okay, you know. My own schedule. All right. Well, let's get to her. Basically, today with a dev stream, kind of caught the eye of the MonoGame development platform, which used to be the old Microsoft XNA. And that was then basically sunsetted by Microsoft, but then it was picked up by a third party, and it might have been employees of it, Microsoft, maybe. I have to look into that. But it currently has been it's been maintained, it's been upgraded, it's been fully supported, and now as an option, as a C# option of creating games from a code standpoint. So I figured with the relatively simpler game design of what Dungeons of Treptera is, I thought it would be nice to kind of go into the code side, do the graphics that's needed to make the game look like a kind of computer game. Not that I would want to get rid of the idea of having it run on the website. It's just I would last. That's website technologies. I would like to have something more that's going to be either cross-platform, potentially, and installable by, say, like a Steam package. And still maybe maintain like a website version of the game. So today I'm just going to kind of explore a few of those things, mainly watch some YouTube tutorials a little bit, kind of get some ideas, kind of do basically kind of a tech explore. Kind of thinking about breaking down what I need to, let's say, move it over to more of a 2D graphics, texture graphics system, and how that will basically model a desktop app, except that it's going to use either OpenGL or DirectX, depending on how you set it up. I think I'm going to use the OpenGL side of things, but as for the complexity of it, it's really just static imagery being shown, menu items, gamified, or they look like it's the game. Selecting your options, telling the system that you're ready to start the round by saying I'm ready, and then the game then computes the round and all that happens, and then generates a text log of what happened, and also sets the state, the game state, with all the objects in it. So to break that down, I just get to supply the game image in the same inputs that the websites have done. And that would translate to, okay, so that's going to be game screens within this app. And it would start off very rudimentary, very still. Probably most of the graphics are going to be artwork, displayed as a bitmap, displayed on the screen. I'm going to capture mouse and keyboard inputs. And essentially, when you click on what looks like a button in the game, it's just an image. I would have to replace that area with some sort of, a graphic animation to make it look like it's been clicked, and then perform the operation, take that data and do that. So, which is not too much different than setting up a web page with the user interface, with the appropriate menu, the icons and such, and responding and receiving the information from the HTTP request when the browser posts it, and then process and then spit out data, in which then the website or the web server takes that information and converts it back into a response that's HTML through that. So there are a lot of parallels to these systems, even though they are completely different systems themselves. But they have very much of a common operation, or common ground between those two. So what I'll be doing is, as I'm exploring, I am thinking of parallels. It's much like if you're learning a couple different languages almost simultaneously, and you know of a standard function, you know what you want to have happen, because one language supplies a function, but then you would look for another function that has the same sort of inputs outputs in the other language, and then before long you basically have 80% of the commonality between the two, and now you just get to really focus on what makes it different, what does it specialize in, and such. So anyway, I'm going to kind of use the same strategy with this. Incredibly scuff, I apologize, but it's just something kind of fun, and I'll probably jump all over the place, because right now I'm like, things are like, okay, well, how do you get images on the screen? Okay, well, then how do you maintain a state? Okay, how do I get text on the screen? What happens if I have text and it scrolls off the screen? How do I do I have to create a container that it will render the entire text into that container, but then that container, the image itself, ends up being rendered off screen, and all I have to do then animate it and move it through the viewport, move it up through the viewport, and you can see the text. Or I might have to take that information and split it up into an array and index through it slowly at a certain delay, so that I don't overrun anything. So there's you end up doing what you want, but it might be a different flavor type of thing. So that's what hopefully I like to plan to work on. I'll kind of get that going. I might switch over a little bit later if I have any requests. If I want to see some demos of the game, I could do that. Feel free to look at my VODs or my YouTube. I've copied over most of the streams over there, and you skip through those as you need. You can see some demoing there. I do plan on creating a dedicated demo just to kind of explain the game, show the game operations, and maybe break it into a little bit of a chapters. Just kind of give a little more of insight with it, and which might be a little more condensed and more helpful. So we'll see. I'm new to this. I like to develop a game. I like to program, and I'm just sharing my journey. If it's of any help, if anyone who watches these things, awesome. I'm not really into it to be a streamer, although that might infamy or whatever might change that. I don't know. We'll see how things go. But primarily my goal is just to kind of work on this game, share the journey, and just have some fun doing that. Try to answer questions if I can, to be of some help, and kind of go forward with that. So the application I have up running right now, pardon me. My nose is just dry. Winter is starting. Place I live, it's summer one week and then winter the next. Lovely. Go from hot and humid to, oh look, it's so dry. I look forward to the dry, where you could have a package of crackers open and they don't go stale, they don't go soggy, because it's that dry. You make toast by just leaving your bread open. Yeah, well, dry, maybe croutons. So what we have here, upper right, I think I have YouTube queued up. And we were just looking at, we as in myself and watching the YouTuber, Coding with Sphere, I guess, is the channel. Has some great YouTube, game development tutorials out there and other things I'd recommend If you're looking for MonoGame, a couple other types of tutorials, check them out. Coding with Sphere. It's a year old, still pretty relevant. It is talking of .NET 7, but we're in .NET 9, close to be 10. But generally, it's going to be almost the same stuff, so pretty good there. All right, enough talking. Talk. Get my bearings. See, I got my Visual Studio set up with Dungeons of Treptera MonoGame project. Now I'll just hit play. Kind of give it a little show what it's doing. Probably don't need keyboard cam on right now. There we go. Kind of a keyboard cam just because if we ended up having a session where I don't speak a lot and I just code and I'm really heads down, then, you know, maybe give a little bit of a, maybe I could turn my screen, my face off, and then you can see at least there's movement or someone's alive tapping keys, maybe. We'll see how that goes. But it's gonna run. See if this runs. There we go. There's one of my mobs rotating because it's a tech demo. How do you draw a picture on the screen? How do you get it to move? What happens when you put things into the right place? So, pretty interesting. I've got a 2-type font using Metal Mania, which is from Google's Open API source. And that's the font I chose for Trip Dungeons. And this is using a string builder, which with the string builder, if you hit, say, add line, it ends either line feed, carriage return line feed. It interprets that and goes ahead and will drop down the line of text. So that's kind of nice. It is 24 font. And first question would end up being is like, can I programmatically change this font? Yes, you can. After you supply a function with like 15 other parameters. Just want to do that. So, or I re-import the font instruction and say, hey, 24, just do an 18-point font or do a 14-point font to make it smaller. So, but we can, you know, this is 24. It's a little big. Let's see if I can do that. I'm gonna hit stop. There is a content manager in Mono. It's probably gonna open up the other screen. So I've imported my mob images and then instructed it to use the black RGB color as the transparent color key color, and otherwise it's that pink, which basically I discovered it means that pink color you see in a lot of like game development represents like a transparency or should be transparent. It's the green channel set to 0 and the red and the blue set to max 255. Interesting. So anyway, I did this. All right, so what you do is you go to fonts and say you add an item. You pick a sprite font description. Make sure you name it. If you don't name it up front, you'll spend time trying to figure this out. You have to end up deleting it out. Then you hit name it. Name it the friendly name of your font. You have to go. See if I can do this without completely. Oh, I did. Nice. So on your Windows, you can go into your font manager. You install the font on your development computer. And then you can go and click on that. That gives you information about your font. This is the true name of the font, Metal Mania. That's very important. Case is important. So once you go and grab that, you go into, so you create this, you insert a sprite, add new item, sprite font description, give the name of your font, and then create. It'll create it. You then build you build this. This it takes all the information, packs it into the database that's used by Mono for all your assets. Then you go into your editor. I'm using Visual Studio, and you find your font description file. Edit it. You type in the font name exactly the way the system font manager said it was, the full name. And here's where we can set the size. So what I could do, I could say font name this, but I can install like Metal Mania 24, Metal Mania 18, and then in the game you load that font. That's how you load the font size. It's much easier to do that than it would be to go ahead and make the changes on the function call. But it just depends on what how detailed you're doing. Looks like you could mess with some other settings here to kind of, use kerning. Interesting. It is true. So yeah, you can. I'm assuming if you say 0, it uses the default value that's inside of the font, but you can control your spacing apparently. Only I messed with was size currently, and that also was the tutorial. So I basically repeated the information from the tutorial. Yay! So now I hope it's more committed in my memory. We'll see how that goes. So yeah, you can create multiple fonts this way. Then, what I understand so far of Mono, you're going to, I've kind of seen this before and it made sense. I went ahead and I made use of it. Essentially what you're doing is that you create a class that inherits game, which is an object of this framework, the MonoGame framework. Unfortunately, I too named my main game on my Maze RPG library, which caused a namespace collision immediately. So instead of using using an alias for it, I went ahead and decided to I'll just rename my stuff to what do I call it? Game rules. No. Not game rules. Game dungeons. Game dungeons. I had somewhere down here. Not important to really show this at this time, but well, I'm already there. Fine. There we go. Game dungeons is the main game object for me. So, on Mono, you pull in game. What this does is I could set up default values. Like you take the base, and I call this one MGL core for MonoGame library core, and I can then extend the game and configure it if need be to some default settings. And then it will then supply me some things I normally will use in my game. Then I would go and create MG main entry of type MGL core, which then takes that, and now I'm further creating basically the context. So ideally, you could have multiple groups of these. This would be considered like a scene in your other like Godot and Unity and things like that, the way I understand it. You override mainly override these for now. I guess it's load content. This is what then sets up the scene, all the assets, gives them programmatic control. You set that up here. I would probably imagine either I would set up game control here, or I would set it up. I would instantiate. I do that here in this scene. I create, for example, this, and once this object is created in memory, it's kept, then I'd have to expose that. Well, okay, I'm getting far afield a little bit. Basically, I've instantiated my game engine in this place. I might want to put it in a hierarchy above this, but right now this is just testing. So that's what you do. But you can create multiple of these to have different types of screens, for example, which is quite interesting. You have load content, update, which the engine will call this multiple times. It has a game time object, which then you use that to send back to the engine. My guess is it could see how long when it's computing the frames and when to render, it's going to see. Generally, update would be to this is where you want to get game state from all your inputs, and potentially run the game state, control game state within the game. And then draw is dedicated to when it comes time to basically draw the scene. You then create everything you need to make that scene drawn. My guess, let me take a look here. Initialize. What I'm doing, okay, so my guess is, I don't know if this will set up no, it looks like it doesn't. What I'm looking at is, where would I inject, like the game object? Where would it live? And something like that, I might want to have it outside the system. I'm looking at can I set up a inversion of control dependency injection? Can I do that? I don't really see that here, so I'll bookmark that to search later. If it is an IOC type system, don't really want to instantiate my own. I can do without it. It'd just be nice to know what is available. And so forth. But essentially my game has to run somewhere. So either I will create multiple objects of type MGL core, or I create objects that update draw call. So this information goes inside of a handler that has, I will pass to it graphics device and sprite, things like that. And I'll just call that object's draw, passing this in. It will do its thing. And after that, I call this again. So all this is actually a call to one of my own state machine of these screens, for example. And that's probably what I'll do. I'll do it that way. That way, this is the main screen. It's the main entry. It's going to control all of the game running. And this is where I can see game dungeons runs. Let me open up the website version of this. I was trying to see what kind of framework this was. I was trying to see if I can convert my Maze library to maybe a .NET standard, but need to. Don't want to. Okay, so this is the game, and this is the website. RPG is the instantiated object responsible for bridging some web technologies and loading the game and all the game objects. So this is kind of and this will get put into dependency injection. Within this, it contains the instantiated game. I will create a directory info of where the images are. I've come up with basically, I'm making use of Signal R. So some of Signal R processing is that you could have groups of users and such. So there's some Signal R mapping and Signal R functionality put into this. So as you see this, add group membership, remove group membership. That's part of the Signal R hookup. This is setting up I do have Firebase, not fully used, but the idea I could maybe use Firebase for OAuth. So I got some set up, but I don't use it currently. Set up a logger. I have some JSON converters because of what I have is I have generic classes, and I'm serializing those generic classes. That's fine. It'll serialize, but when it comes to deserialize, it's going to go, yeah, you can't instantiate an abstract class character. So what are you trying to do here? So I have to go create JSON converters so that when it does come across that, it knows how to go instantiate those objects correctly and rehydrate the objects. I set up my folder directions so that I have a common location so that I have all the information about where things are at and located, and default set things up to defaults. I load the game data and so forth. So what I would do is I would create a very similar object, or just take what this is and put it into that main class, that main startup class in MonoGame. And with that, I would have to set up directories and such. So what becomes interesting is I'll need to also research on MonoGame. The idea of, well, what if I want to store and read from files from the local storage system? Right now I'm using directory info. Well, immediately I get a warning that says, you have, you're a .NET Core library, which should basically be OS independent, but you are in fact using directory info, which is a Windows construct. So it warns and says because of this, you're going to make this only run in Windows, even though the rest of the code is really set to run in Linux and other things if it was compiled into that. So this would translate to, MonoGame has a abstracted way of saving and restoring information. I would use that and set that up to set to the same directories and such. Pardon me, got some more news. There we go. They get those set up, and then so that's some of the thoughts. Now the images used in the game, actually those get loaded up as assets. So that section of it I wouldn't need in the game engine. But the game engine would still need to know what I'm selecting, and I would still need to say, hey, you need to go. The game says, oh, you're fighting this monster, and you've selected group 1. This is the resource name. I just got to make sure that resource name is the same resource name in the Mono system, so that when it goes and runs the screen, the scene, that it will pull the right asset out and show it. Preferably not a spinning cat, but yeah, so that's what I would do here. So this initializes the data, essentially. Load game data, gets all the game data going. And then when a person logs into the game, it will then load the game data. Now, obviously, with this game, I would emulate a new player, essentially, like they are from a website. Except I don't need to know your email and address and all that stuff at all. I just basically, it's going to create a new session and then save that session. And then the game load part of the game save file loading system would be able to go out to that data storage and get a list of the save games. And you pick, So then probably what I would add is like a friendly name to that. There's no save scrumming. That'd be interesting. I just thought about that. Meaning once you start playing the game, it keeps the state of where you're at, and continues. It'll continue to save the game. So it always saves your progress. Interesting. It would be set up to you're not gonna. I mean, you can load your game. When you quit the game, it'll finalize all the saves. You could easily hot seat it too. Interesting, yeah. The question is do I build out all of the admin screens that I have on the website? Not right away. It could be that you can go to the website to generate your own game data, download the files and put them into your game. Maybe I should do that instead. But we got to make a game first. So let's see if I can get back to where I started from. It's basically saying, where does this stuff live over in the website world? And where would it live in the MonoGame world? Yep. Starting off with the game to basically load using a 1280 by 720. That's basically your 720p size. It would be nice to be able to render the entire system in this size, and then have the game overall to say, hey, scale up or scale down. Take this and scale it up, maintaining aspect ratio, which it should, to say full HD, 920 by 1080. And what does that look like? Do I have instructions to just spread out the components within the screen, or do they actually pixelize, become bigger? I don't know. I don't know what it's going to look like. Because right now with 1280 by 720, it's going to be a window. It's going to be a windowed game, essentially. And if I expand it, it's going to basically have a square, if you're, in the center of your screen of where the game is, and then the space on the outside. So it's just something I got to kind of look into. Yeah, I'll just go private for now. Mm-hmm. a second. Okay, wait. Yes. Okay. Memory access. Let's do this. Makes a lot more sense. Ooh, can you put... I don't think you can. Question is to my head was... Can you primary construct an abstract class? Oh, you sure can. What does that mean? Unintended consequences. Alright, so we're going to add the content manager. Why would you not be able to... What are you doing? Really? Do you have to do that? Wouldn't think so, but maybe you do. Sure do. But it's content. Content. Perfect. You know what I didn't do? I forgot to say anything about me being live. Let's go bother my friends. Hello. Tremor mode has been activated. Thanks. All right. All right. Spread the word. Yay. Alrighty then. There's no argument given that corresponds to the required blah blah blah. What are you talking about? Oh, I didn't finish typing. Come on, read my mind. Come on, read my mind, man. So we make AI. That's not what I mean. Ooh. There we go. Nice. Okay. I suppose. Let's, oh. Okay. Do. Content, huh? About later. Alrighty then. That's right. Content. Yeah, that's not right. Knock stuff over. Oh, don't. Wait a second. There we go. Yep. I'll separate these classes later. Oh, duh. Excuse me. Doing. Yeah. Dummy. Yeah. Okay, whatever. Interesting. I don't think you can have multiple draws. Let's go ask Google. Okay, so Alrighty. Okay. Hmm. Right, trying to determine the life cycle of this object. My initial code setup, nothing was set. So I don't think I misunderstood something. So. Okay. Interesting. Load content occurs before initialize. That makes sense, kinda, actually. I could probably go back the old way. Well, let's try this. Let's see here. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm not going back the old way. Okay. No, stop. Alright, so what are we doing? What happened? Alright, well, I guess abstract class. Load content occurs. Oh, I'll need to initialize. Public. Excuse me. building the assets. Content. All the mazes. Different colors of mazes. Yeah, nice. Alrighty. Oops. This is going to become tedious. In retrospect, I should have made that color the transparent color. Guess it'd be more industry standard. But I didn't, so we will continue. What was that color? Blue. I did all the work for something I'm not going to use. I'm a doofus. Oh. Green. Alright, I'm gonna use green first, so I'll just do green. My images are pretty raw. Really just need to set the transparency. But I could see that there's other options you could set. We're not worried about it right now. Alright. Save and close. Okay. Oh, shouldn't pick rebuild. But that's okay. Just build maze. Oh, I didn't add the screens. Doofus. Add existing folder. Okay. Saracen Zero, thank you for rating. Party of Free, thank you so much. Welcome to the Chief Multi-Hat stream. Glad to have you with us. Basically, I'm working on my retro dungeon RPG game, and today I decided to explore MonoGame as the engine, and I'm just kind of doing a tech survey of the the framework a little bit, just trying to get a little familiar with its graphics and drawing and seeing if I could get images to go, kind of processing, very, very rudimentary, just trying to kind of get a little feel for it. Primarily, the game has been in most of the development as a website, and so it's a web server. The game runs inside the web server, and it uses the browser to act as the client. So with that, it just allows it to be played online. The game doesn't run in the browser, but it renders the pages so as if you're playing the game. So I'm trying to make a little more of a computer version, more concrete game within like an application that could be installed on a computer versus played online. So today it's taking a couple days to kind of see how far I can get and experiment with that. So basically sharing that how'd your stream go? And I apologize if I had been late to your response. Last stream, it was indicated that I'm about 90 seconds behind. And I may not have realized you were here, and you might have been in or gone. I apologize for that. I need to be checking my settings, make sure that it is as up to date or as live as possible, and make sure that's still in place. Alrighty, looking at some of my settings. Don't have stream delay active. Right. Well, once again, apologize if it seemed like I had an incredible amount of time between notification and trying to recognize you. All right. I need to use a different source of information. Alrighty. Maybe this be a little bit more up to date. All right. Yay, short screen. My guess is some graphics I could, as the mouse goes over this, invert. Now I would just draw a an overlay. Interesting. All right, we got interesting. Pardon me. Alrighty. Well, I'll be right. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Thank you for sticking with me. Essentially, what we're doing here is making screens for a MonoGame framework. So, this is where, yeah, just kind of looking at some screen design here. And I think, put that as a background like so. There we go. Excuse me. And then open background. And let's just open a mob. Toad. Copy that. All right. Here's some screaming outside, kids and whatnot. It is supposedly Halloween. Well, let's see what else. There we go. Let's try this. Do. Let's switch up some music. How about a little bit of Halloween music? All right. That out. Do. And maybe record some information. That location is 44682. All right. And mob location is 4870. Oops. Forgot. 4870. Excuse me. All right. All right. Loading up the old content here. Yeah. Just kind of starting off real simple. Chunking out the concepts of, I gotta think of the game as screens. And, I kind of want to modularize it, as much as possible. So I'll probably come up with sub-components within these screens so that I could switch back and forth when it comes time to change the context out, different battle things. I'm looking forward to this. I think this is going to be fun. Excuse me. Unseen Explorer. For example, can I get a catalog? Might be nice to make a hash table. Create a hash table. I mean, he could just start the dictionary object, but would cheaply look like something like this. That's fine. We're gonna start with just. We'll change it. No. I need to bring in some other stuff. Can I bring in other stuff? Using system. Generics. Nope. Collections. Generic. Okay. Oh, I know I can do this, right? Load content. So technically, ooh. Technically, yes. All right. I believe it's intercession. Can't remember. That's fine. Excuse me. You do need to add a T at the end. Okay. Cheesy, 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 cheesy. left, center, right, left side, right side. Okay, that'll add it for levels 0 through 4. And then we set maze parts 2. And then what does this do? Well, I have these maze parts encoded to represent where in the view space they are. Each represents a wall or door, or the lack of either, in each room. So as you look down the hallway that's in front of you, there's going to be, you're in room 0. And as you go forward, that's room 1, 2, 3, and 4. So a total of 5 rooms. Well, let's just say yes. And so what you're looking at is in the room, there's going to be the wall to the front, wall to the back, wall to the right, and wall to the left. As you rotate around, that changes the cardinal position. That rotates the maze matrix 90 degrees so that it's always expressed in forward, back, left, and right from your perspective. So when this is rendered, the rooms it knows how to find what room. So first off, it starts by going down the hall, all 5 rooms. Then it looks at the adjacent left, the room right next. So you got the hallway room, 5 rooms down, the left room. It's going to look at its front wall. It's going to look at the back front wall, and then in the back, the right front wall. And it goes from left to right, deepest, at the end of the hall, 5 rooms in length. So it draws the front walls from each room, and then it's going to go back and it's going to get one room closer to you and repeat. North wall, and the perspective the walls get bigger and bigger, so that a room on the left, if it has a wall and the room ahead of it had a wall, you're only going to see the room. You're only going to see the room closer to you with its wall. So all these walls are drawn from left to right, back to front. Then it takes a look at the room. Once again, starting from the back to front, it's going to draw if the room you're in is the left, is there a wall on your left, or there's a wall on your right. That's left side, right side. So it starts at the end of the hall and then draws left, right, left, right, left, right, all the way up. So what happens then is everything up close will obscure anything in the distance. So you're going to get that 3D effect. And basically, when you ask, it takes your current position and basically looks up a 3x5 chunk of the maze, and the maze edges automatically wrap around. So if I'm looking down the hall and there's 4 units, when I'm actually at the edge of the map, it's going to go to the opposite side and then continue on the number of rooms that you need. So you still get that perspective, and it just, you keep going. You come back around, so so it's basically a sphere, sort of, is how it's projected. So I went ahead and mapped the key creation because this function is going to return that key structure. That's how that structure is laid out in the assets in MonoGame. So then I'm just going to create then the key that is going to be that. Well, I'm going to create that key now. All I have to do now is just prefix maze / in front of it when you load those images, which I do. Now everything's loaded up. Then I just have to say give me G/0/ and then the wall or the image. And if I render them in order, I should then have 3D representation. So that loads it up, and then for rendering, it would totally depend on Oh, excuse me. All right. Explore. We'll need a copy of. I'll get included up here. Using Maze RPG. Sorry, do have Tourette's, so a little active. I apologize. All right. Main entry. Explore. Initialize. That's not what that happens. If I create it there, I will then go over to maybe Maze Explorer, and I'm going to require I'll have to look into it. I bet I could probably put text files as a content, and then have a reader read the asset, and then I'll just deserialize it. Boom, you have the game data, and I could put those in there. Interesting. But till then, I'll just say Wonder how much of this I could reuse. Why do I have two of these? Because no one calls this one. Let's try this. Create new session. Create session. New game session request. Huh, interesting. Or how badly this will explode if I just hit go. I live vicariously. Right. Let's see here. If I were to load the game, do it here. No, I kind of want to do it. Let's see. What do we got? New folder. Excuse me. I'm going to call this data. Instead of data, we put a new item. No, not existing. Of course it's XML. Are you kidding me? I'm going to use an XML. Let's see what Google says. Oh, excuse me. All right, Google. Hey, Google. Oh, you can do it. All right, well, let's try it. This is ridiculous. I am pretty impressed in how easy this is to me to transfer the game over to Mono so far. Not dev. Yeah, well, yes, it is dev. Let's see here. Go to find the data files. And let's go to hit save. No, stop, cancel. Save. Build. Close. Save. Close. Where is... Ooh. Content add. Existing. No. Why is it in here? Because I didn't add anything. Go to open folder in File Explorer. Add existing item. Nope. Add new folder. It's gonna go. One moment. New data. Now we'll see. Game. Also add players. Interesting. I'm not gonna add players. Copy and paste. There's those two files. Go to content. Add existing item. Data. Open. Nice. Custom. Action. Copy. About none. Copy build action is copy. Content. Copy always. And no, copy. Always. Build action. Does that mean anything? Well, It's like I want none, but I'm not 100% sure. Okay. Take a look here. I'll just start with this. Probably content, but I don't want processing it, but I do want to copy. We'll see what happens. Alright. Okay, so let's attempt the load. Right, I will be right back. Alright, back. Thank you. I need to look at the other project. Hey. Happy spooky Halloween to you as well. How you doing, Manel? Or Meow the cat. There we go. New soft. Oh, excellent. I am trying to convert. Why is it? Is it already there? It is already there. Never mind. I am basically looking into converting my game into MonoGame, which is it's a game engine, and to see if I can get it to run as a actual cross-platform game, if possible. But right now, we're looking to have it run on PC. Using Newton Soft. Oh, JSON. I think it's just JSON, right? Right. I'll set the converter. And then what? Oh, right there. Yep. New. Then game. Okay. Okay. Let's just kind of get this going. All right. Wait a second. Oh. How about we try the word this? You know, one moment. Game dungeon. And game dungeons. Okay. And let's go with just going to do these things here. Yeah. Oops. Nope. Stop it. Game dungeons. Game dungeons. There we go. This will be cool. This is going to be interesting. Yeah. A lot more coding right now. Apologize, I gotta work on the silence. But trying to get better at describing as I do things. Turn music up a little bit. Music provided by let's see what this one is. Kevin MacLeod. A little bit of spookies. Alright, so I'm converting. That's still in C#, yay, from a website, web-based game. So basically it's a web server that I make, that's the game. And then it serves up the pages, it serves up the web to play the game. But the core of the game is its own self-contained library. I'm essentially lifting it out of the .NET web and putting it into MonoGame, which is the old XNA platform, and code-based to create a graphic game like a computer program, but using an engine. And it's also a little more, what do you call it? More code first. This is loud. Turn this music down a little bit. I mean, I know. Technically, Halloween's been gone for 3 minutes. Yep, elf meditation it is. There we go, a little more soothing, maybe. There. So yeah, basically converting it into a different platform. And I have to say, it's not going as hard as I thought it would be. This would be interesting. Instead of worrying about the world of HTML and all that good stuff, I get to start worrying about 2D textures and graphic engines. That right now, all I needed to do is paint sprites on a screen in an orderly fashion. I don't have to worry about collision because it's not, it's for mainly display purposes only. It's turn-based. You move through a maze. It's not like a traditional game where it's a platformer or something like that, which is fine. And so I think, yeah, this would be a great way to kind of convert into that process. It's gonna be fun. I've been actually creating whole screens. I think, I'll probably get deep into this and realize I need to start something from scratch again. But basically, the screen size is 1280 by 720, so it's kind of a nice, not ultra graphics. I'm assuming at some point I could nicely expand the graphics, zoom in. But I gotta see how the artwork is. It might look like garbage if it's too zoomed out, or expanded out. So I think ideally what will end up happening is that when the game runs full screen, it's just going to create a window in the middle of the screen, and that's the game, and it's going to have edges on the side. Or I figured out how to embed the entire scene as a 1280 by 720 scene, and then I could put like static graphics on the outside. But that's the future me. Present me is, now that I kind of see this graphics kind of working, I'm kind of itching to boot up the game files. So that's what I'm doing. I'm transferring over the appropriate information from the other project, and hopefully I'm going to load something up. Exciting. Okay, so I need to do something like content, root directory. Oh yeah. Can I do a /? I bet I can't do a /. I just won't try it. All right. This should go to my content directory. I did say copy on the project, so even if all this stuff gets combined into the content database of the MongoDB. That's not MongoDB, but Mono framework. We get to see what that does. All right. Mob Engines folder technically does not matter. I want to just leave that blank for now. Game folder. Yep, that's good. You know, don't need to set these. We're not having editors inside of the game. Not at this point. You know what's interesting? I wonder if... That'd be kind of funny. I could probably run the server inside this MonoGame. That would be weird. You could play it on the console and then somebody else could be playing on the browser from your computer. Interesting. Anyway. Alright. That's going to get the directory. That's going to then do those things there. Okay. Then I set the JSON converter settings. Good. But next thing I'm going to do is initiate the load. So I'm going to copy the game data. Ooh. Copy the... Ooh. Async. Can Mono be async? Let's find out. Oh, Google. Of course. Yeah, but the problem is oh, you don't. No, wait. This is. Well, let's. Oops. Let's rearrange everything on my computer. Well, let's see. This signature. Oh, yeah. You don't want to do that here. You do it in the load. Can you say something like async? I bet it does work. This will be interesting. Probably blow up right in my face. Alright, well, let's find out. I'm gonna grab this function. Ooh, did I do that? Did I make everything independent? Alright, independent it is. Okay, let's make this sloppy. This really shouldn't be on this class, but we're gonna put it here anyway. It is, and it has no idea what I'm talking about. How is it? It's not game, it's Game Dungeons. Really? Oh, nope. Data folder. Data folder. No, 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 no. Dude, no. Stop. Someone else is It's because you have to include good old using system. No system threading tasks. Let's put all this together. Oops. Stop the program. What happened? Okay. Okay. Well, measure that. Load game data. Okay. Load content. Await. Load game data. Find. Now fetch. Okay. What if I add saves? Okay. And the loading is going to be saves. Okay. Then we're going to go over to the... that's where I want to be. Nope. Saves. And open up. Equal backslash. Dev. CV games. Base RPG. Data. Oh. Data. Players. Copy that. And paste. And I'm going to grab the GUID. And find it. There we go. This is going to be awesome. Let's see how bad this thing blows up. Maybe I need to do this. Crap. Interesting. Work. Why did it? Oh, I need load. That's right. You load the file. Okay, so the brief reading of the AI response, which probably is full of lies, means possibility that I'm doing asynchronous loads. The game can't get up and going in the loop. I pass references in as objects. So if it's null, just means I can't do anything with that scene yet until it becomes not null. And generally, at some point, the session's loaded, for example, then you can move forward. All right. So what the problem is with this? Want to fetch the ID? It's not there, and well, it shouldn't be there. So let's go to. Where did you find this? Okay. Makes sense. Nope. Okay. Too far. Well, just loaded game data. Nice. Alrighty then. Go. I will return. Alrighty, back. Living life precariously. Alrighty. Let's start up. There we go. Alrighty then. Let's see. Okay, so if I enter the maze. That's right. You goofball. Forgot. There Oh. little off on the picture. Let's open. Oh, I bet I forgot to update it. Okay. $475, $74. Those don't save. Nice. Okay, so now I just need to tie in WASD keys into the maze movement. Oh, this is exciting. Excitation. All right.
The recommended way is to install it on your machine. And this is really simple. You just find your font.
Imagine being able to build an app with
Episode 3 of the MonoGame tutorial series. Today we're going to be getting user input. So the first step is to press a key and see if we can get a response. So I'm going to go to our update method inside of our game1.cs, and I'm going to add a conditional if statement. So if, and then the way we get keyboard input here is we do keyboard.getState, and we're going to do some method stringing here. So if we hover over getState, we'll see that it
All right, so let's go to tech tests, and inside of tech tests, there used to be not main entry. There we go. Let's put that into Explorer, update. That means we have to go up here and say, hey, using Microsoft Excel input. Oh, never mind. Oh, it's supposed to be that. Right. Okay. Oh, no.
Returns a keyboard state. So we can do a dot operator here, and then we can use one of these options. I'm going to do is key down, and then in here it takes the key that we want to look for. So I'm going to do keys dot, and for me I'm going to do space. Of course, you can do whatever you want. Inside of the curly brackets, I'm going to just print to the console just to see if we're actually getting some output. I'm going to do debug.writeLine since we are building for debug.
Actually, I think you could do this. Game session. Move. Oh. Love how my brain just immediately forgets my red. It's forward. Pretty straightforward. Forward. Forward. Game dungeon. Turn around. Rotate left. Right. Turn left. Oh, yes. Private. What is this? Is down. Or key state is equal to keyboard Get state. Okay. What is the type? Keyboard state. Okay. You know what? I'm just going to do this. I don't care. Yeah, we're just going to have to painstakingly go through each one of these. It's a small list. I wonder if key state is immutable. We'll find out. Where's my mouse? Can I put more than one of these? What if I put in? Is there such thing as R keys down? Okay, fine. All right. Well, you know, I could just do a bunch of ores. Yeah, I suppose. Let's do a bunch of ores. Or... Yep. Oh, we actually get all fancy to this. How would I keep doing that? Key state. Okay. Oh, come on. Key state. Yeah. W S A D key state. Otherwise, new key of none. Ready state is equal to ready move. Alright then. If ready move is key up. Can I do that? Can that work? Nope.
Bug right now, and I'm going to do space frame. It instead just checks if that key is down in general, which is very, very useful, but it can also be not useful. Let's say you want to have a specific input on a specific frame. If it wasn't pressed down and this frame is pressed, then that means that this frame was the initial press of your button. So, given that knowledge, we can make a quick little mock-up here. I'm going to create a Boolean value, space pressed, and notice how I'm making it in the member fields here. This is because we do not want this locally scoped to our method here. And now what we're going to do is we're going to say whenever we press down the key, we're going to set space press to true because we press space. And now we also have to have one more conditional, and this is going to be if keyboard.getState.isKeyUp, and then we're going to have keys.space. Then we're going to set space pressed to false. Now to make this really work, we have to have one more conditional, and I'm going to put it in the front here because it's a little bit faster to check than the keyboard.getState.isKeyDown. That's just a random optimization thing. I'm going to say if not space pressed and keyboard.getState.isKeyDown, basically saying that if we weren't pressing space on the previous frame and we are pressing space on this frame, then this is the official first frame input. So it's a little bit weird to wrap your head around originally, but this is the basic structure for how you get, first frame inputs. Now we press F5 and we go and focus on our application and press space. Doesn't matter how long I hold it down, I only get one input, which is exactly what I want for this specific example. Awesome stuff. So there's some more things that we can do with this. I'm going to show you how to use the get, first frame. And we are pressing, basically saying that if to check, then the keyboard.gets this really work, we have
What if you can create your own website by saying, this is what I want? With Wix, you can.
Hello, welcome to episode 3 of the MonoGame tutorial series. Today we're going to be getting user input. So the first step is to press a key and see if we can get a response. So I'm going to go to our update method inside of our game1.cs and I'm going to add a conditional if statement. So if, and then the way we get keyboard input here is we do keyboard.getState, and we're going to do some method stringing here. So if we hover over getState, we'll see that it returns a keyboard state. So we can do a dot operator here, and then we can use one of these options. I'm going to do isKeyDown, and then in here it takes the key that we want to look for, so I'm going to do keys dot, and for me I'm going to do space. Of course, you can do whatever you want. Inside of the curly brackets, I'm going to just print to the console, just to see if we're actually getting some output. I'm going to do debug.writeLine since we are building for debug right now, and I'm going to do space key pressed. So now, if we run this, our output will be in this out. Output here. If you're using Visual Studio and you don't have this, press Ctrl-Alt-O and it will open it up. So now make sure that your application is focused, meaning that you clicked on it, and just press whatever key you want, whatever key you specified. As you can see, I got some space key pressed, and I actually got multiple. And actually, if I hold it down, I get more and more and more. So why is that? The reason is because the isKeyDown does not check if you press the key on that frame. It instead just checks if that key is down in general. Keys.space. Then we're going to set space pressed to false. Now to make
Right, I'll be right back again. Okay, entering the maze did not change. How do we do this? Game session. Nope. Game session. Quest. State change request. Explore. No, I should always draw the maze. Doof. Oh, that was quick. Yikes. Spinning. Dingbat. All right. That's a fail. It's true. Yep. Wow, that's quick. Oh, got a failure on the walls drawing. Wow. Oh my goodness, this is so funny. I think I'm gonna hurl. Sir, we're spinning it around about 1500 RPM. Right, that's incorrect. Pure unabated movement. Alrighty then. This is pretty cool. If not ready, move. Down or down or down. Then okay. Why would you go to town? Oh. And it goes back out again. Here. Okay. So I...
To make this really work, we have to have one more conditional. And I'm going to put it in the front here because it's a little bit faster to check than the keyboard.getState.isKeyDown. That's just a random optimization thing. I'm going to say if not space pressed and keyboard.getState.isKeyDown. Basically saying that if we weren't pressing space on the previous frame and we are pressing space on this frame, then this is the official first frame input. So it's a little bit weird to wrap your head around originally, but this is the basic structure for how you get, first frame inputs. Now we press F5 and we go and focus on our application and press space. Doesn't matter how long I hold it down, I only get one input, which is exactly what I want for this specific example. Awesome stuff. So there's some more things that we can do with this. I'm going to show you how to use the mouse now. It's pretty much the same structure. Once you learn this get state dot, is key down thing, it's all the same. So we can do if mouse dot get state dot left button equals button state dot pressed. So it is a little bit different here because we have to check out button state. Then again, we can just say debug dot right line left button pressed. Again, we run it, focus on our application, and click. And as you can see, it's the exact same functionality as the keyboard. And again, for first frame inputs, you would have the exact same system as we did before. Okay, so now a couple more things. Let's say we want to get the position of our mouse. We can do something like mouse.getState.position, and you'll see this returns a point, or we can just do .x, which returns an int, or .y, which returns an int. So it's pretty cool stuff like that. We can just do like int mouse x equals mouse dot get state dot x, and then we can just say like if mouse x is greater than 200, debug dot right line mouse is greater than, or mouse dot x is greater than 200. So now we're just checking if the mouse's x position is greater than 200, then we will just print out this thing. So run our application, make sure it's focused, and it's a little hard to see because it already activated, but if I go past here, notice how my scroll wheel on the right is getting smaller because it is printing out a lot. Or we could literally just do this.
Writing a book is hard. Knowing if it's good, even harder. Meet manuscript analysis. It gives actionable feedback on plot, characters, setting, and more.
State dot x, and now it's just printing no matter what, and it's showing that it's at 795, 797, 80 something, and it's all the way down into the negatives because it does go past the actual display's size here. Of course, if you wanted to restrict that, that's a whole different thing, but that's the idea of getting mouse position. And
Okay, I need some sort of lock mechanism here. Set and lock. Reset. By checking, key up is false. These all need to be ands. If this is... That'll fix it, yep, because they act in concert with each other. All these have to be up to cancel it. There we go. Oh my goodness. Look at this. It works. Except there's a problem with the drawing it. Okay, I'll draw this one. Okay, so right side I'm missing. Missing a couple things here. That's correct. You see, I should see this wall. So I'm missing a skin texture. This means I can go up into town, and that would go into the next. I can go out of the dungeon, right? So that should be a wall. Actually, yeah. See, I'm missing. Sorry for the jerkiness there. Okay, let's go determine. I think I screwed up. Well, not think. I know I did. Let's make sure we have all the images. So let's go over to me. Let's turn off the. There we go. Let's look at G for green. Okay, so let's look at Lade's little parts here. We have A L S. Oh, there it is. 1 0 1 0 1 0 1 0 1 0. Okay, let's see if this works. Yeah, it does. Let's get lost in the maze. Let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go. Oh, yeah. Refreshed. Oh, I'm surprised I remember to get back. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm making this game in mono. That's it. We're finishing it. Wow. I'm gonna have a finished game. I'm gonna have a finished game. That's gonna be awesome. Oh, yeah. Yes. Quite interesting. I'll probably do in about 3 weeks what I've done in a year. Well, it means I need to get good. I have some lack in skill capability. I never said I was a front-end developer on a website, so I'm totally lost. Man, I could add so much to this now. It's not even funny. That's amazing. Just get the music going. Oh, yeah. I'm having too much fun. Run around my maze like a madman. Nice. Well, with that, I'm going to call it a night. I'm going to have to say, this has been a successful night. Wow. That's pretty cool. Got all this stuff put in together. Today, actually. Today. Did all this stuff today. So, that's good. It went well. I appreciated that. Nice. Alright, so we're loading content. We are loading, well, so far, data. Yeah, this is a clear cut case. I think I'm going to have to put this into. It is cool that we could run it on a website, though. I'll finish that up. I'm going to get this part working, I think. Cool. All right. Well, I appreciate those who've stopped by here and there. Take a look at what I'm doing. Basically, I was using, I want to give... Oh, no, it closed down. I think I said at the beginning of the stream. Basically, I was looking at some tutorials on MonoGame. And hooked up basically some graphics. Started working up a little bit of extraction layer of the scenes. They're not perfect, but they're more of a... But I think it's going to work fine. I essentially got the maze movement working. I transfer information to the game's engine, and when I say engine, I mean the dungeon engine. And then taking that information, I ask it, give me what should I draw for the maze, and it comes back, so you should draw this. You need to draw these assets, and so I draw them. And then, of course, the game engine, or the dungeon engine, knows what room I'm in and everything. Successfully loaded a room, loaded up game data. So this is going to be fun. All right, well, almost closing time. So it's Friday night. A lot of people doing stuff on Friday night. I might switch up my streams not to be Friday, but that's okay. Appreciate the raid earlier today. And what else? I can't believe this works. We'll play it again. So there's some asynchronous operations, and interesting. I have asynchronous loading, and so the game state will change once it's loaded. Perfect. All right. Of course, it's going to drive everyone nuts because the that ladder isn't centered. I'm not trying it again. I'll have to redraw 3 pictures. Move it over just about. No, I don't know. Yeah, quite a bit. Anyway, so essentially, I'm capturing in a single frame when you push a key, and then locks it out essentially until you release it. Then now it opens up if you hit another key. I hit W and I hit R. I believe other keys will work. You know, I could almost make this game where you have like a gun and you move forward. You gotta shoot. I suppose you could do that too. That'd be interesting. I need sound effects. Do you wish to go up the stairs? No. Yes, I do. No, I don't. Yes, I do. Do you wish to go up the stairs? Yes, I do. Come back in. Do you wish to go up the stairs? Spinning and spinning. And I could actually have the round advancement when your key is released. That way you don't accidentally just poofed on you. Oh, that's amazing. I could definitely draw a maze. I can render the entire maze and then have it just show like a fog on the left-hand side. Huh. You know, I could almost have it real time where every second is a check. Every move it's a check, and then if you every 5 seconds you sit idle. Cool. All right. Well, I'll spend all night looking at this. I need to get to bed. Certainly appreciate it. Right. Well, you have a great evening. You watch the VOD. I'm sorry. I'm kidding. I hope that you get something out of it. Looks like I'll be switching over to MonoGame. All All right, well, you have a good one. Thanks much. See you on the flip side.